Moke, 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 moke. Moke, 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 moke. Moke, 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 moke. Up. I am here. Wait a minute. Voilà. Up. I forgot to take out the coffee from the table. So now it's out. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Tech news, tech news, tech news, tech news. Pa 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 pow. Pa 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 pow. Tech news up. Is it updated? Yes, it is. Very nice. Cool. Let's get into the news. Where did I heard this phrase from? I don't remember. But the first news is that I found interesting because it kind of gives like an overview of the AI economic environment because of course we are a bit too head down into the new model release or whatever. And I think it's interesting to take a step back with this little CNN article here analyzing what are the financiers of the world, the Wall Street investors and stuff like that. What are they actually looking at when we talk AI? It's not a very long article, and I think it might be interesting. Wall Street is searching for AI winners and losers. For years, anything exposed to artificial intelligence was a hot trade on Wall Street, but today's investors are more selective, demanding stronger evidence that companies are poised to benefit from the AI boom. Wall Street is debating whether software companies can protect their market share from AI startups' new tools. Oh yeah, of course. Because now it's beginning to be easier than ever to create software with all those new models. Investors have grown skeptical of big tech's plans to build data centers. Interesting. But at the same time, they've continued betting on the chip makers that power the AI boom. That's interesting how they segment the hardware side. Some software companies have emerged as potential AI losers, while hardware companies, think semiconductors, chip makers, continue to be AI winners. Popular exchange traded funds highlights the divergence. The iShares Expanded Tech Software ETF is down 20% this year, while the VanEck Semiconductor ETF is up 13%. The rising tide surrounding AI was lifting a lot of boats. Steve Sosnick, chief strategist at Interactive Brokers, previously told CNN. Now it's forcing Wall Street to be much more selective and really decide who are the winners and losers. And that's going to require a lot more detailed analysis rather than just sort of riding the momentum train. Software skepticism. A sell-off swept through software stocks last week after Anthropic, one of the world's biggest AI startups, released new plugins for its Claude chatbots. Yeah, so basically Anthropic released last week plugins for Microsoft PowerPoint and for Excel. So basically, you can use Claude inside, to make the slides and to make the spreadsheets in Excel, basically. Which is, yeah, obvious, but now it kind of it starts to creep into every tool that lots of people are using. So of course people are like, oh fuck, it's happening. The plugins improved the chatbot's ability to do work-oriented tasks and stoked concern that such AI tools could reduce businesses' need for their existing software subscriptions. Of course, because you know, I guess if you have, and I guess a lot of specific like, you know, I read an article just before launching the stream about like this the Databricks CEO, and you can think about all these software companies like Databricks. What is this other one that does database to Snowflake, right? Snowflake database management, whatever. You know, and it's a lot of like quality of life enhancements around databases. But of course, can think that if the AI can do, you know, custom quality of life tools for your own business or whatever, do you need really? Do you need a Snowflake subscription? Do you need a Databricks subscription? Maybe you can just, maybe you just need an Anthropic subscription and you can just, you know, ask one of your employee to regenerate that from scratch in a week or two, you know, with these kinds of tooling, of course. I mean, this is a legitimate question, right? Investors are split on whether the sell-off was overdone, but software companies will need to evolve to coexist with improvements in AI, said Angelo Zino, tech analysis at CFRA Research. Software companies that can leverage their own proprietary data and develop their own AI offering could compete with chatbots like Claude, he said. Can they though? I mean, yeah, I guess in some areas where the proprietary data is not accessible to Claude, right? Outside of a business deal. Maybe, yeah, it's not, you know, when the data is not public, I guess the training of Claude suffers. But even though in a way, Claude is very adaptable, right? So, I mean, all these LLMs are very adaptable. So I'm not so sure. You've got to be a lot more selective. Zeno said, the companies that do have access to customer data and then can actually build actual AI agents upon that, those are going to be the ones that are going to be able to successfully evolve. I'm not so sure, huh? Because it goes from the kind of old principle that data is everything. And yes, data is everything, but at the same time, those AI companies have shown time and time again that their models can reasonably generalize. They can't generalize everywhere, right? But there's a good chunk of, you know, generalization that is happening there, that where you don't need the proprietary data for the agents to actually reason about, you know, a spreadsheet or some, you know, numbers, basically. You know, maybe for some qualitative data, there would be some lack of, you know, generalization, training benefits. I'm not so sure. Dan Ives, a tech bull and global head of technology research at Wedbush Securities, called the software sell-off overblown in a note on Monday. Ives said that many customers have reservations about data privacy and protection, but which could be a hurdle for general AI chatbots becoming go-to services for business. Mm. Do they though? I mean, yeah, for new entrants, right? But nowadays, what company cares? I mean, I guess except for the very specific, you know, highly protected companies, you know, banking or military stuff. I guess it's a real thing. But for all everything else, like I'm not so sure. Hello, Goncalves. Hi, I'm having dinner. You will have dinner during. You will have dinner during today's stream? No, I will not have dinner during today's stream. I already had dinner. Yeah, just before. So have a good meal, Goncalves. Bon appetit. You know? Hardware enthusiasm. While there are doubts about the software industry, Wall Street has resounding confidence that hardware companies are AI winners. Yeah, kinda. Semiconductor chips are vital for the AI boom. Chip makers like Nvidia have benefited from plans for enormous spending on data centers, regardless of whether investors approve of big tech's aspirations. Thank you. It's soup and pizza. Very nice. Very nice. Seems good. Memory chip makers have also seen extraordinary surges due to expectations for the AI build-out to boost demand for data storage. Shares of SanDisk are up a whopping 1,500% across the past year since it spun off from Western Digital, data storage company. Well, at the same time, I do feel like Nvidia has its own problems with like the FPGA companies, making custom chips that are faster for inference than the general purpose Nvidia GPU, So, bon. Well, at the same time, I'm pretty sure that Nvidia is probably going to ramp up its FPGA game, right? Because they see the writing on the wall, right? Big tech diverges. Choosing winners and losers is not easy, and it might not be apparent which companies are poised to outperform. So, Goncalves, what I'm doing here is I'm reading an article about the AI winners and losers according to, Wall Street, basically. And it's very interesting. It's, it's like taking a step back, like which actual sectors will benefit more from AI or not, in terms of like raw revenue. And it's funny because it seems that most of the Wall Street guys think that like a good chunk of the software SaaS companies might actually be replaced by the customers using AI directly, right? So, that would be an interesting thing to see if they're right on that. Big tech diverges. Choosing winners and losers is not easy, and it might not be apparent which companies are poised to outperform. The Magnificent Seven group of technology stocks that powered the market higher across the past years are diverging. Big tech hyperscalers like Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, and Alphabet or companies building out infrastructure for the AI boom are facing heightened scrutiny about their spending plans. Interesting. So the Wall Street guys are not on board totally about the big crazy, because like, for example, Meta has been planning for a crazy amount of AI data centers, right? Like Zuck is spending billions and billions for, new data centers that he doesn't have any products to put in, right? Yet. I guess he's planning on deploying that next year or this year or next year. But it does appear to be a bit, a big bet in a way. So I guess now they are becoming skeptical about this bet. I think there's more risk now tied to some of these data center companies, these hyperscalers, because of the greater spending that they're taking on. To be sure, some investors are betting that the enormous build out will eventually translate into revenue and profits. Yeah, right? But how much revenue and how much profits compared to the, I think that's the risk. And that's exactly the same thing that I've reviewed in the A16Z State of Markets blog article review that I did. There's a clip of that on the YouTube channel, where basically they're saying that the AI bubble popping or bursting is not really like the dot-com bubble based on pure vaporware, right? Like if the AI bubble pops, it will not be a real pop. It will be more like a correction, basically, because of course, all of the big AI companies, the big tech companies are building these crazy amounts of data centers. And of course, they engage in lots of spending. And the thing is, if they don't, if the revenue turns out is like 20% or 30% lower than what they forecasted, then they spend too much and there will be a correction, um, and maybe we will have cheap AI too then for the consumers, but it will be in a few years, I guess, at least a year or two. So same here, right? Like when you engage, because now the big tech companies are not investing in their AI data centers in a granular way, right? They just want to be the first to have the most AI data centers to, like conquer as much market share as possible because they want to be the cheapest, and they want to have the scale to allow for this. And that makes them spend so much that, yeah, them, the forecast is not very precise, of course. It's not very incremental, it's not very granular, so it's dangerous. Alphabet and Meta shares are up 3% this year. Amazon shares are down 10%, and Microsoft shares are down 14%. That's funny. Interesting. Why is Amazon shares down 10%? Does is Amazon not investing into new AI data centers? Or too much? I've heard Meta is investing like crazy. I guess Google might be too, especially with Gemini. Microsoft, not sure. I would argue we are still in the early innings of a long tail investment cycle, but we have moved past the beta or get me in phase where names are rewarded simply for announcing their spending on AI related capex. The next phase of this cycle, where the market tries to pick winners and losers, is likely here to stay. Yeah. Some investors are looking for winners in the AI boom by finding companies that might benefit from the side effects. Caterpillar, for example, has benefited from the data center build out. Oh, yeah, because they are building them. The industrial and construction company hit a record high Tuesday and is the best performing stock in the Dow Jones this year, with shares up 30%. Oh, damn. That's crazy. Ah ouais. So that just tells you the amount of of new AI data center construction that's happening. Because Caterpillar, who is building them, is up 30% this year. Damn. The AI boom also centers around OpenAI and circular financing between some big tech chip makers and cloud companies has raised questions about the size and health of long-term funding for the industry's aspirations. It's interesting to see that even within the professional finance people, there are also people who are questioning the circular financing, right? That, you have seen in like press news articles or whatever. But I was never fully sure if it was just an artifact of, journalists not understanding how finance works, right? Or if it was a real question. But I guess even in the finance, they are a bit, raising some eyebrows, I guess. Zindo, a CFRA research, said companies with financial obligations related to OpenAI's success might see elevated scrutiny from investors. Wall Street is ultimately trying to discern the leaders and laggards of an investment theme that is becoming more nuanced as it ages and develops. Yeah, the winners and losers from a revolutionary technology are often not clear for years. Managing said in a Sunday note. James Riley, senior market data, said in a note that while the broader stock market continues to climb higher, exposure to AI will be a specific boost or a drag for certain companies. Interesting. Ultimately, exposure to the AI revolution can be grouped into one of three boxes: those who enable, those who adopt, and those who are disrupted. Yeah, so those who enable, it's like OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, right? So they go up. Those who adopt, I guess, is if they can adopt without losing customers and, without using their utility, without losing their utility, they can also go up, right? And those who are disrupted, well, yeah. I guess it's typical, all the big gigantic corporations that are so gigantic that you can't change any working habit, otherwise it would take you 20 years. Those, yeah, so it's like also all big software companies, I guess, right? Hello, Tas. How are you? Are there other? Wait, I was wondering, there was like another. Now I'm interested about reading this one too, that is kind of related. So there's the Databricks CEO that says that SaaS isn't dead, but AI will soon make it irrelevant. So what does he mean by this? So especially since Databricks is like, to me, the perfect business that was built on quality of life improvements around databases and certain workloads, like computer science related processing, whatever, ETA workloads. ETA, it's like e-transformation. What is ETA again? I remember the acronym. No. ETA, analysis, transformation. Wait a minute. I forgot. Ah, no. Am I confusing? I think, no, it's, no, I'm ETL, sorry. ETL? IATL. Yeah. Extract, transform, load, exactly. So basically, Databricks does that, as I remember. And so it's interesting because Databricks is a SaaS, right? Software as a service, and they basically like they are a kind of a middleware, right? They are an interface between customers, like business customers, corporate customers usually, and database technology that is a bit hard, and very technical to maintain and to use. And so they basically act as a, yeah, a quality of life interface basically between the two. I'm interested, but I guess now the companies with AI, if they really want to, they can create tools, right, around their database and their technical system that could be, circumventing stuff like Databricks. I'm wondering. Everybody's like, oh, it's SaaS. What's going to happen to all these companies? What's AI going to do to all these companies? For us, it's just increasing the usage. To be sure, he also wants to distance Databricks from the SaaS label, given that private market value it as an AI company. Databricks on Monday also officially closed on its massive previously announced 5 billion raise at 144 billion valuation and nabbed a 2 billion loan facility as well. But the company is straddling both worlds. Databricks is still best known as a cloud data warehouse provider. Yeah, that's right. A data warehouse is where enterprises store massive amounts of data to analyze for business insights. Godzi called out, in particular, one AI product that's driving usage of its data warehouse, its LLM user interface named Genie. Genie is an example of how a SaaS business can replace its user interface with natural language. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the whole point of Databricks is to ease the interface, is to make the customers access to the DB easier. For instance, he uses it to ask why warehouse usage and revenue spike on particular days. The threat of AI to SaaS isn't, as one AI VC jokingly tweeted. What's the tweet? I love how everyone is saying SaaS is dead, like you're going to get the Fortune 500 to ditch Salesforce for a CRM vibe coded by a 13-year-old. Well, maybe not this, but you know, guys, I am one of the biggest AI enthusiasts you'll find and a huge proponent of getting more people into vibe coding. But it takes a long time for enterprises to rip and replace software. This is true. And in many cases, it doesn't make sense for them to do. This is also true. Yep. You know, big companies are just slow boats, big cruise ships, you know. The threat of AI isn't that enterprises will rip out their SaaS systems of record to replace them with vibe-coded homegrown version. System of records store critical business data, whether it's in sales, customer support, or finance. Somehow I believe this would make software even more horrible. Oh yeah, I mean for sure. If you replace like purely vibe-coded stuff, yeah, of course, it would make, you know, because especially things like Salesforce or all these big big gigantic systems that have been built for the last like 20 years, you know, they've been refined enough that of course it doesn't make sense for most companies to switch. But I feel like AI might just, so it's just that as it is said here, I don't think that big companies will switch, but we might be in a situation where maybe if you have to create a new something, you know, like a new product, a new department, a new, you know, a new something inside a big corporate entity, maybe the new something will be easier to build with AI, right? And with, at the beginning at least, vibe coded things, or at least, if not, because vibe coding is a swear word nowadays, right? So, you know, AI infused solutions, let's say, you know, still controlled by software engineers, right? But you know, and I guess AI will take its will take its place, not by you know, as it often happens with many innovations. You know, the innovation usually never replaces the existing. It just grows on the side, you know, like next to the existing, and it grows from there. And at some point, if the old stuff starts, you know, becoming obsolete or too old or whatever, and then everybody switches to the new stuff, you know, then maybe AI will have, you know, in the end replaced, but it would not actually have replaced. It would have, you know, grow next to the existing And at some point, people just keep using more the new stuff and less of the old stuff, right? That's usually how innovations play out. Like, right? It's like usually it's very rare that something that works is like switched in place with a brain totally different technology or something, you know? Usually, yeah. So I guess it will probably be the same here. Let's read a little bit how we see it. Why would you move your system of record? You know it's hard to move it. That's right. The model makers aren't offering databases to store the data and become system of records anyway. Instead, they hope to replace the user interface with natural language for human use or API or other plugins for AI agents. So the threat to SaaS businesses is that people no longer spend their careers becoming masters of a particular product. Salesforce specialists or ServiceNow or SAP. Once the interface is just a language, the products become invisible like plumbing. Millions of people around the world who got trained on those user interfaces, and so that was the biggest moat that those businesses have. SaaS companies that embrace the new LLM interface could grow as Databricks is doing. But it also opens up possibilities for AI native competitors to offer alternatives that work better with the AI and agents. That's why Databricks created its lake-based database designed for agents. It's seeing early traction. In its 8 months that we've had it in the market, it's done twice as much revenue as our data warehouse had when it was 8 months old. Okay, obviously that's like comparing toddlers. But this is a toddler that's twice as big. Big toddler, big baby. Meanwhile, now that Databricks has closed on its massive funding round, Gotzi tells us that the company is not immediately working on another raise, nor prepping for an IPO. Now is not a great time to go public. I just want it to be really well capitalized. Should the markets go south again, as they did in the 2022 downturn, when interest rates rose sharply after years of near zero rates. A thick bank account protects us, give us many, many years of runway. Yeah. I mean, I guess what Databricks is doing is the good thing to do, right? It's like you are keeping your old model products that your current corporate customers are using. Of course, you're not going to destroy or change those, but next to it, you now launch agent enabled products for the new customers that wants to jump on board and want to try that first. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's how it will work. And of course, the companies who don't do that at some point, some years from now, of course, they will eat the dirt, right? But yeah, I mean, as I heard from like a YC video I watched yesterday, um, you know, even in the big companies, um, some of the engineers and managers are like, well, yeah, everybody now has AI to craft their own software, but so do we, right? We also have access to these AI tools to make new software ourselves, even if we are an older company, right? And we're not, and if we don't make the mistake of just be staying totally still, like statues, right? And if we actually try to embrace this thing, we will be able to leverage it as much, or at least to the same extent, with the of course with the added slowness of big corporation, but we will be able to leverage it the same way as young startups can leverage it, right? It's just that, of course, it's just that big corporations take time to do things, but at the same time they also have more clients and more customers, So when they do finally make a move, usually the amount of revenue generated from this move is way bigger, right? So it's interesting. Like it will just depend if people are active or not with the AI stuff. Maybe the companies that would win from vibe coding, the ones which have maybe the companies that will win from vibe coding, the one which have a lot of manual testing to test out the stuff. Yes, yes, exactly. I mean, that's true. In a way, probably the old companies who have so much to lose by having a bad employee, and they never let they have systems in place to check everything, right? Like I remember I remember this old engineer I had the conversation with once, so software engineer that was working on databases a lot, and he said like I think for some time he worked at Oracle, and he said like every time you had to push one change into the Oracle database, it had to go through this gigantic set of tests, that like just the tests alone were like a few gigabytes of just tests. And every time you added a change, it needed to pass all these tests, and the test suites took like 2 hours to run. And if something got fucked up with your change, you had to go back and change it, so that the test would pass, you know? So, and because, yeah, big companies are, in a way, if they're old enough and if they're serious enough, but even though, of course, it's always chaos, but, I guess on the important sides of the business, usually they know how to manage the chaos of humans, right? And so they're probably also going to be able to manage the chaos of vibe coding and you know AI models that are smart but not that smart, right? I guess. No, you're right. Huh? They're probably going to have more tools available to integrate the AI slop than the average startup that just needs to do stuff fast and don't care much about you know test driven development and all that stuff. Yeah. More like they would have manual QA people. Yeah, also. Yeah, I mean, I took this example about Oracle and their gigantic test suite, as a one example. But yeah, I'm talking about, all the many QA people, the manual testing. In big companies, uh, usually the processes are such that nobody trusts anybody else. Because I guess in big companies the responsibilities are so spread out, and the mess and the chaos is so you know often there that you cannot just trust your software engineer out of your 500 software engineers to push good code, right? You need to have a process to check everything at each step, I guess. But that's why they have all these I mean, you have to when you have a big enough company, right? Like you cannot trust every employee to do the good thing. It needs to be checked by somebody else, by some process or whatever. So yeah, true. What most of the startups embrace: no manual QA. Exactly. I mean, yeah, for sure. At the same time, if I mean, it's understandable. Startups usually can't have the luxury of the luxury and time to set up a QA team when in the first year or two, right? They do that after some time. But yeah. So I mean, it in a way it's beneficial for both types of actors, right? Like the big companies have all the processes to filter the good work from the bad work because of how messy and chaotic and all the QA teams and stuff like that, right? So they can leverage AI in this way, and the startups they have the speed, and the yeah, the speed and the agility to do things quickly with the AI too. So it's not like they can't, do anything either. So yeah, it's funny. I mean, AI will allow people will allow people to just become faster at everything in good ways and in bad ways too, right? And I think that's what talking about faster and work AI related workflow. I also saw this article that is relevant here. Like the first signs of burnout are coming from the people who embrace AI the most. Because of course AI allows you to, I mean, it was expected, and in a way I guess it also proves that AI is not going to replace anyone. It's just going to increase the productivity expectations towards everyone, basically. It like yeah, it's obvious in retrospective, but yeah, of course. Why would you replace someone when you can keep the person and now you can ask the person to produce twice as much thing as it used to before AI? You know, of course. The most seductive narrative in American work culture right now isn't that AI will take your job, it's that AI will save you from it. As the version of the industry has spent the last 3 years selling to millions of nervous people who are eager to buy it. Yes, some white collar jobs will disappear, but for most other roles, the argument goes AI is a force multiplier. Your stream on my big TV in the living room. Ah, very nice. I am on the TV now. Very nice. Very nice. You become a more capable, more indispensable lawyer, consultant, writer, coder, financial analyst, and so on. The tools work for you, you work less hard, everybody wins. But a new study published in Harvard Business Review follows that premise to its actual conclusion. And what it finds there isn't a productivity revolution. It finds companies are at risk of becoming burnout machines. Interesting. As part of what they describe as in progress research, UC Berkeley researchers spent 8 months inside a 200-person tech company watching what happened when workers genuinely embraced AI. What they found across more than 40 in depth interviews was that nobody was pressured at this company. Okay. Nobody was told to hit new targets. People just started doing more because the tools made more feel doable. But because they could do these things, work began bleeding into lunch breaks and late evenings. The employees' to do lists expanded to fill every hour that AI freed up and then kept going. As one engineer told them, you had thought that maybe, oh, because you could be more productive with AI, then you save some time, you can work less. But then really, you don't work less, you just work the same amount or even more. Over on the tech industry forum Hacker News, one commenter had the same reaction, writing, I feel this since my team has jumped into an AI everything working style. Expectations have tripled. Stress has tripled, and actual productivity has only gone up by maybe 10%. It feels like leadership is putting immense pressure on everyone to prove their investment in AI is worth it, and we all feel the pressure to try to show them it is, while actually having to work longer hours to do so. Interesting. So they do so they are pressuring the employees. No, because like at the beginning they said nobody was pressured at this company, and then on Hacker News they say, well, actually leadership is putting immense pressure. Well, okay, so there's two sides of the coin. Huh? Some people are getting pressure, some are not, but they they still all work more. It's fascinating and also alarming. The argument about AI and work has always stalled on the same question: are the gains real? But too few have stopped to ask what happens when they are. The researchers' new findings aren't entirely novel. A separate trial last summer found experienced developers using AI tools took 90% longer on tasks while believing they were 20% faster. That's hilarious. Around the same time, a National Bureau of Economic Research study tracking AI adoption across thousands of workplaces found that productivity gains amounted to just 3% in time savings, with no significant impact on earnings or hour worked in any occupation. Both studies have gotten picked apart. This one may be harder to dismiss because it doesn't challenge the premise that AI can augment what employees can do on their own. It confirms it and shows where all that augmentation actually leads, which is fatigue, burnout, and a growing sense that work is harder to step away from, especially as organizational expectations for speed and responsiveness rise. Yeah. I mean, at the same time, the fact that organizational expectations for speed and responsiveness rise, isn't it a sign that employees actually are doing more? Like than before? Otherwise, this wouldn't be possible, I think. Or they would just miss all their expectations, every month. And if they continue rising the expectations, I guess it's because they don't to an extent, right? The industry bets that helping people do more would be the answer to everything. But it may turn out that to be the beginning of a different problem entirely. Mwah. I'm not so sure this article is actually very objective in describing what's going on. Let's actually go at the real article. Bon, I'm not going to read it again. Let me try to summarize it. AI intensifies work, contrary to reducing workloads. AI intensifies work by increasing pace, scope, and hours. Yeah, but more work is done though. Task expansion. Worker takes on broader tasks. Yeah, so that's more work. Blurred boundaries. AI makes work feel continuous, reducing natural breaks. Okay. More multitasking. Workers juggle multi-AI assistant tasks, increasing cognitive load. Yeah, so they do unsustainable workloads. Yeah, so it's like, okay, maybe, people take on more than what they truly can, but still, it doesn't seem that they say here that people are like working, outputting less work, right? It's just that maybe they are just too optimistic about the amount of additional work that they can take on. And so, of course, they have a bit of a burnout because of that. But yeah, okay. Yeah, its benefits require intentional integration to prevent negative outcome. Well, it's just one company, also 40 people. Well, you know, it's not the study of the year, right? On the subject, of course. It's interesting. Oh yeah, another one, another one, another one, right? Another OpenClaw based agentic thing for social stuff that don't make sense, but yet still exist. Space Malta. envisions a world where AI plays with itself and the humans just watch. Well, this is just for fun, right? Like, I just wanted to mention it because it's another one of those funny little. It's like Mold Book. It's like Malt Match. I've seen those. Malt Match is a Tinder for AI agents. It's in the same vibe, right? It's funny. It's for the meme, right? It's for the meme. It's for the meme. So yeah, now there's Stellaris for AI agents. Isn't it funny? I think it's very funny. Is it consequential? No. Is it funny? Yes. Just wanted to mention that. Oh yeah. Bon. Kind of interesting. I guess it was one of the things that the AI agents were probably not being able to do before, and now they can. So I guess it's important to note, the achievements. 16 Cloud AI agents working together created a new C compiler. The $20,000 experiment, that's a lot of money for a C compiler, compiled a Linux kernel but needed deep human management. Yeah, so basically they just put a bunch of I'm wondering if they use the new Cloud Code like AIT agentic team. Ah, voilà, agent teams. Ah, okay, so it's kind of like a marketing uh demo of their new feature announced with Cloud Opus 4.6 called Agent Teams. So it's not actually sub agents. After checking it a bit more, it's not. It's actually quite different from sub agents that you can use in Cloud Code. Agents Teams. It's a bit more like basically the agents seem to be long lasting because the sub agents that Cloud Code can spawn, usually they're just spawned to do like one task, right, at a time, and then they go back to heaven, right? But these new agent teams seems to be like long lasting, agents with roles that can just really interact as a team over the entire course of the implementation of a specific project, which is a bit, deeper than the sub agents in terms of multi agent system. So yeah, they can do that now. We asked Claude to build a C compiler from scratch, a project that would take a small team months, then walked away. And 2 weeks later, we tested it on the Linux kernel. And it works. Zero manual coding, a fully functional compiler, and yes, it can run Doom. Wonderful. Bon, the FPS are not there, but yeah. Voilà, bon, I've seen on Twitter that people, like, of course, people were a bit unimpressed. Bon, even though I guess it is still a big milestone, right? Because they were, agents were not able to do that before. I'm wondering if now, because I guess I have tried to do something that might be slightly similar to this, like a low level, this kind of low level programming. With when I asked my SOTA models to create a game engine from scratch with Rust and WebGPU, which is a bit very, very niche, very specific. Not many code bases out there that they've been trained on, right? And they all failed. I remember I tested with Gemini 2.5 Pro, with Sonnet 4.5, I think. No, with GPT, GPT or Sonnet 4.0? No, it was Sonnet or Opus 4. I don't remember. It was a very expensive one. I just tried one very expensive one, and I remember it was so expensive that with one prompt, I went through like $5 uh, of tokens, and with GPT-5, I think, yeah. And they all failed, So it basically, when it's a bit too low level and it's a bit too niche. Well, I guess the C compilers are not that niche, right? Because I guess there's a lot of compiler databases, or at least they're very well known. 2 weeks though. 2 weeks to make a C compiler. 16 instances of Opus 4.6. Wow. Building a C compiler from scratch. Over 2 weeks and nearly 2,000 Claude Code sessions, costing about $20,000 in API fees. Damn. The AI model agents reportedly produced a 100,000 line Rust based compiler. Ah, they made it in Rust. That's funny. Capable of building a bootable Linux 6.9 kernel on x86 ARM and RISC-V architectures. Yes, it's experimental right now. Ah, yeah, so the Claude Code teams are literally different Claude Code instances. Unlike sub-agents, which run within a single session and can only report back to the main agent, you can also interact with the individual teammates directly without going through the lead. Yeah, so it's a bit different. It's a bit more of a decentralized team compared to sub-agents, I guess. So, well, it's interesting. But still, like, the fact that, yeah, 2 weeks, $20,000 in API fee. And I've seen, yeah, people on Twitter were unimpressed because I think the C compiler is like making a C compiler is one of the, things that can be fully debugged in full at every step of the way, which is, of course, easier for the agents to, understand what went wrong at every step that they take. Because when they try to, make the compiler run, it will throw some things, right? Oh, so like 2,000 Claude Code sessions. I can't imagine the amount of redundant code and weird ass stuff that's in there, They the resulting compiler, which Anthropic has released on GitHub. I know they did release it on GitHub. Can compile a range of major open source projects, including PostgreSQL, SQLite. It achieved a 99% pass rate on the GCC torture test suite in what Carlini called the developer's ultimate litmus test. It's worth noting that a C compiler is a near ideal task for semi-autonomous AI model coding. The specification is decades old and well defined. Comprehensive test suites already exist, and there's a known good reference compiler to check against. Yeah. Most real-world software projects have none of this advantage. Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's just very highly likely that basically Claude has, written more or less into its training weights a lot of those C compiler, code bases already. The hard part of most development isn't writing code that passes tests, it's figuring out what the test should be in the first place. Yeah. The compiler also has clear limitations that Carlini was upfront about. It lacks a 16-bit x86 backend needed to boot Linux from real mode, so it calls out to GCC for that step. Its own assembler linker remains buggy. Even with all optimizations enabled, it produces less efficient code than GCC running with all optimizations disabled. And the Rust code quality, while functional, does not approach what an expert Rust programmer would produce. The resulting compiler has nearly reached the limits of Opus's abilities. I tried hard to fix several of the above limitations, but wasn't fully successful. New features and bug fixes frequently broke existing functionality. Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, the more the more complex the software, the more vibe coding smells will come bite at you, Of course. Those limitations may actually be more informative than the successes. Carlini reports that towards the end of the project, fixing bugs and adding features frequently broke existing functionality, a pattern familiar to anyone who has watched a code base grow beyond the point where any contributor fully understands it. I mean, also a pattern familiar to anyone who has vibe coded enough, right? Because that's literally what happens if you vibe code a bit too much without looking at the code generated for a bit too long. That's what will happen. Each time you want to add a new feature, everything breaks. And that limitation is even more common when dealing with AI coding agents, which lose coherence over time. Yeah, it loses coherence. It doesn't get the whole context of the code base. It forgets what are the what's written in the config files. When you open a new session, redundant code, it repeats itself, dead code. Yeah. The model hit this wall at around 100,000 lines. Interesting. That's look, if every vibe coded project under 100,000 lines could be without vibe coding smells, that would be great, right? I don't think, well, maybe we are getting close to that, but I mean, I didn't do many tens of thousands of lines of code projects yet, so I can't really confirm. But I think that's an interesting experiment. That would be good if we had like benchmark like this. Well, unfortunately, since those projects are so expensive to run, it's a bit annoying to benchmark. You need a lot of money just to make a point, right? But it would be interesting if somebody did that. If somebody has too much money, please help us benchmark, the AI models with like big ass projects with 100,000 lines of code. That would be very useful. It would be nice, right? If we find out one day that, oh yeah, by the way, if you make like any app, if it's under 100,000 lines of code, there's like 99% chance all the code is correct. That would be great. I'm sure we're not at 99% today, but which suggests a practical ceiling for autonomous agentic coding, at least with current models. Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, there's always been a practical ceiling. The good thing, though, is that over the last few years and months, the practical ceiling of code correctness, given a certain amount of, lines, has been getting higher and higher, which is good, right? Like 2 years ago, or yeah, 1 year and a half ago, if you try to use, cursor to vibe code an entire project, like it would not work. even if it was just like 10,000 lines of code. Classroom, clean room implementation. Yeah, I mean, it's still useful to have these kinds. I hope they will do more of these kinds of experimentation, because it's actually pretty, it's a good like measure of real world application of these models, right? Compared to like one-shotting a React app or websites, right? Because usually real world developers, they work on projects for like months and years, right? So if you can compress the amounts of hours spent, working on something with these models in, a week or two on a big code base, that's actually representative of, its long-term capabilities. That's pretty cool. Because it's nice to see like Google come out with like these Gemini 3D visualizations, demos, or whatever. It's very nice, right? Make a video game, and very nice. But that's not very representative of your average software engineer code base work, right? So yeah, good for Anthropic that they did this. I hope they do it more of these kinds of experiments. Next topic. Oh yeah, I also saw this story and I found it was funny, interesting. Like basically, there's a Hollywood filmmaker that is trying to do a movie with AI. Darren Aronofsky AI studio Primordial Soup and Time Magazine released the first two episodes of On This Day, 1776. The year-long series of short-form videos features short vignettes describing what happened on that day of the American Revolution 250 years ago. But it does so using a variety of AI tools to produce photorealistic scenes containing avatars of historical figures like George Washington, Thomas Paine, and Benjamin Franklin. The project provides a glimpse of at what thoughtful, creative, artist-led use of AI can look like, not replacing craft, but expanding what's possible and allowing storytellers to go places they simply couldn't before. Let's watch this. 45 seconds. So this is all made by AI and with the eye and the design, I guess, of a Hollywood person. Right? You can see that it's hard for them to like show you more than 2 consecutive seconds of video. Huh? Oof. They cut the images like crazy. Well, I guess it's a trailer too, but you know, weeks of prompting and reprompting. Yeah. In theory, having an AI model generate a scene in minutes might save a lot of time compared to traditional filmmaking. But our production source said the highly iterative process of generating and perfecting shots still takes weeks for each minutes long video, and that more often than not, we are pushing deadlines. That's funny. Yeah, so maybe they will just not uh, spend less time on filming it, just equal amount of time. It's just they replace the filming and the actor, time with just prompting. The source says the process is more like live action filmmaking because of the lack of fine-grained control over what the video model would generate. You don't know if you're going to get what you want on the first take or on the 12th or the 40th take. Quick shots and smaller budget, yeah. Ben Franklin and AI Stomach Pain. I mean, yeah, I mean, nowadays with all the LoRa's and all that stuff, like you can really have consistency of character across, you know, shoots and images. And yeah, I think it's interesting. Wait a minute. I didn't show, it didn't keep talking about new AI video models, by the way. With this article, I also wanted to emphasize this new model to like just show you this new AI video models that's like pretty good, you know, better than what we had until now. I feel like Seedance 2.0 is dropping soon. It will be Soda with Kling 3.0 just released. This will leap yet another step forward. Yeah, so it's very interesting. So now, as you see here, so you have, you know, a reference video from, what is the name of this series again? Severance, right? You give the model other image references for the style and the character, and it can basically translate this original video to a new video with the sound. That's pretty good, huh? That's pretty good. Well, not very impressive, this one. Seems very AI-like to me. This one is a bit better, I guess. Well, it's very short or so. So it's like anime. Now, this one is a bit more impressive, I feel like. So it's like a... What is this even this? This fight was generated with Seedance 2.0 using only a single reference image. And it followed the combat style almost perfectly. Ah, that's the reference image. And then it just said to the model, like, do a scene from this. Interesting. Pretty cool. 50-second short for denoise headphone. So just a prompt and it generates this with the cuts, right? I think that's what I saw. Especially the rendering of noise cancellation and harsh metallic friction sound. Yeah, because now the new models, especially like Seedance, the SOTA video models, they don't just do like shots. They do cuts. They generate several shots and they cut it together. Like they do the editing basically. That's interesting. So this is a prompted AI generated like noise cancelling headphone ad. When fully focused, there's an S missing here. Transparency or quiet, switch at will. Okay, now, okay. When immersed in the run, aware and safe. It's pretty good, huh? It's pretty good, huh? Like we you know, we are just like a few steps away from something that could just be I mean, I guess it's still slightly recognizable, right? Especially bon, the writing and the captions and stuff. But you know, like we're very not that far from something that would look like a real ad. Huh? Another example of an ad, this spec ad for Nike. They did that on purpose because I guess the models before had a lot of problems with managing like the gymnastic limbs, going around. So I guess they showed this just for the specific like, okay, hey, look, our model can do it nicely. That's some sweat, huh? Okay, this one for me is like almost perfect, huh, to me. Except like the gigantic amount of sweat that she's ejecting there, like she's a Blastoise, right? Bit too much sweat, but apart from that, pretty cool. I guess that's like the League of Legends cinematic style. And this is pretty nicely done. Yeah, pretty good too. I mean, yeah. I mean, like especially with the last two, I'm actually impressed. Huh? And like at the same time, you just need to edit if you want. If there's still some weird stuff in the AI video, you can just edit it yourself and cut these parts, and then it feels nice, you know. This is AI generated. It's funny that they can generate. How did they do it? That's very impressive. Attends. Mais is it just like from an original scene or is it just purely prompted? Native multi-shot storytelling from a single prompt. Ah ouais, so it's just a prompt. Damn. Phoneme level lip syncing in 8 plus languages. 30% faster generation than V1 via Rayflow optimization. ATP cinematic audio quality maintains motion consistency across shots. Audio video joint generation. No separate audio pipeline. Multi-shot coherence. You could generate a full short film scene in one prompt. Damn. For the ones who are in denial, just pause it. Ah, somebody is questioning the AI nature. Is generated by TXRX. If it's AI, we're already cooked. Ah ouais. Mais can you imagine how many people on the internet just say affirm, assert random stuff, and actually they don't know anything? Like they just pull some things out of their ass and they're like, this is not AI. No, this is. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know actually. Well, shut up if you don't know. Mais You know, this is why, very good illustration of why you should never trust people on the internet. You should never trust people talking with assertion, you know, on the internet, because people say, you know, a crazy amount of bullshit just for the sake of, oh, this reply sounds nice, right? This is not AI. Actually, this is not AI. This is a viral clip from Instagram. And then, no, it is. Oh, fuck, really? Shut up. Fuck you. You know? Oh, yeah, this one is impressive too. So that's like Y2K pop style scene. I don't know what is Y2K, but I guess it's something like this. I guess when she talks, you can tell that it's AI, but other than that, it's pretty impressive. Oh yeah, this one in Spanish. Oh, you can see in the every time there's like small crossed lines, you can tell it's AI because you know there are artifacts. Yeah, too bad he had this coat because the AI artifacts are very visible. The rest is very clean. Huh? This is very clean. This is crazy. Look at this. Could you tell this is AI? I couldn't if I just saw this randomly. You know, like, oh. Again, the only thing that reminds me of AI here is just the pattern on its coats. That's all. All the rest, perfect. Yeah, I mean, you know, we are crossing the threshold here for the video, Jenna. We are crossing the threshold where, yeah, maybe soon we will not be able to tell at all. Oh yeah, passing mention, Discord is going to age check now. Discord to block adult content unless users verify age with selfies or ID. Oh, no, okay. No, it's just going to, yeah, okay. And I also heard that basically there was a big drama because there was a leak of the IDs or something. Don't remember. Voilà. Checks after data breach exposed 70,000 IDs. Interesting. It's funny, like nowadays we like in the last few months, so many apps and governments have actually rolled out age checks, right? Like it's going to be a thing. Yeah? I didn't think that people would be able to actually put it in application, but it turns out that yes, it's happening. Next topic, last topic. Oh yeah, the last topic, a little interesting thing that I wanted to look a bit more into that basically is also related to LLMs and sandboxing. So the Pydantic project, you know, who is famous for the Pydantic types that adds type checking to Python, and they probably do a bunch of other stuff. I'm not sure. Uh, yeah, it's mostly Pydantic. Yeah. Basically, they made this little like micro sandbox Monty for LLMs in Rust. So Monty is a minimal secure Python interpreter written in Rust for use by AI. Yeah, I also would like to understand what it is really, because like people, I've seen people on Twitter say, "Oh, Docker for running LLMs is done. People are going to use Monty now. Like, let me look at it real quick. A minimal, secure Python interpreter written in Rust for use by AI. Monty avoids the cost, latency, complexity, and general faff of using a full container-based sandbox for running LLM-generated code. Okay. Instead, it lets you safely run Python code written by an LLM embedded in your agent. With startup times measured in single digits microseconds, not hundreds of milliseconds. What Monty can do, run a reasonable subset of Python code. Okay, so not all Python. Okay. Enough for your agents to express what it wants to do, completely block access to the host environment, file system, env variables, and network access are all implemented via external function calls the developer can control. Okay, call functions on the host. Only functions you give it access to. Run type checking. Monty supports full modern Python type chains. Yeah, I mean, it's Pydantic, right? So I guess you would expect that. And comes with TY included in a single binary to run type checking. What is TY? An extremely fast Python type checker and language server written in Rust. TY is backed by Astro, the creator of Rough, UV and Rough. Ah, I didn't know about this. Wait, but it's not the Bidentic project. That's interesting. Pyrite, Firefly, MyPy, TY. Is it different from? I guess Pydantic provides like the type checking definition apparatus, and maybe this serves to actually check, I guess. I'm not sure. Whatever. You have it inside. Be snapshotted to bytes at external function calls, meaning you can store the interpreter state. Meaning you can store the interpreter. How do you pronounce that? Interpreter state in a file or database and resume later. Startup extremely fast, less than 1 microsecond to just from code to go from code to execution results, and has a runtime performance that is similar to CPython, generally between 5 times faster and 5 times slower. Be called from Rust, Python, JavaScript because Monty has no dependence on CPython. You can use it anywhere. You can use run. You can run Rust. Control resource usage. Okay, memory usage allocation, Collect std out, std and returning to the caller. Run async or sync code on the host via async or sync code on the host. What Monty cannot do, use the standard library, except a few select modules such as sys, typing, async.io, data classes soon, and JSON soon. That's annoying, right? That's a bit annoying. Use third-party libraries like Pydantic. I can't use third-party libraries. That's a bit annoying. Support for external Python library is not a goal. Okay. Really? It cannot define classes. Support should come soon. It cannot use match statements. Again, support should come soon. In short, Monty is extremely limited and designed for one use case to run code written by agents. But Agents write complex code too. Like, I don't understand. Or is it the kind of code that, like, you know, the ChatGPT Python, you know, chat interface lets you run? Because, you know, like ChatGPT can only run a very small, limited amounts of functionalities with its Python interpreter, right? It's not a full-fledged Python, and you cannot install libraries or whatever. Is it the purpose? Is it the goal? Is it the use case? For motivation on why you might want to do this, see code mod, programmatic coding from tool calling from Anthropic, and code execution with MCP. Small agents. I know small agents. Small agents can do, like, they can execute code if they want, whatever code. In very simple terms, the idea of all the above is that LLMs can work faster, cheaper, and more reliably if they are asked to write Python or JavaScript code instead of relying on traditional tool calling. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Monty makes that possible without the complexity of a sandbox or risk of running code directly on the host. Yeah, okay. So this is for, like, code enhanced chat conversations. I think this is the point of this. This is not actually to, you know, run something like OpenClaw, for example, right? Or even Claude Code, because Claude Code needs to be able to run everything. OpenClaw needs to be able to run everything also. So this is not that. I think this is the kind of, you know, code that like Python code execution that conversational chatbots use to, like, analyze a PDF, right? Or to generate a little graph or something. So it's very limited, it's kind of useful, but yeah, okay, it's not for, you know, local self-hosted agentic work. It's more like it's mostly going to be used by the big chatbots companies, you know, like Anthropic, OpenAI, Mistral, whatever, right? Yeah. Okay. Bon, but at least not very useful. I was training guitar and didn't hear. Will you continue on Discord? What do you mean, will I continue on Discord? The subject? No, I passed it. It was very quick. The Discord subject, you meant? Yeah, no, I finished it already. Because it's age checks. Age checked. Oh, yeah. No, but it's not like this will not influence me. No, it's just, you know, something passing just because it was a big news, you know? If you will continue to use it. Oh, yeah, of course I will continue to use it. I mean, I'm above age, you know, so I don't care. I don't use Discord for that kind of things anyway, right? I just have my server and that's all. So, you know, I sometimes go into the Svelte server too, the Svelte's Discord server, but I don't do much there anyway. Yeah. But will you do face scan? Uh, I don't know. I guess if not doing the face scan doesn't, you know, cut features from me, I will not do the face scan. And the way they formulated it, they want to basically prevent you from accessing age restricted channels with the face, you know, like with the face scan. So like the face scan will be the gate that makes you accessing age restricted channels. But I don't think I use any age restricted channels, you know? So I don't think this will impact me at all. Not doing, you will be in teen mode. I will not do it face scan. Yeah, I mean, me neither. I mean, it depends what is blocked, right? But yeah, I don't care about being put in teen mode. You know, like programming is not porn, right? So I guess I will see what happens. You know, there are more features that are not enabled in teen mode. Yeah, but I'm not even sure. I mean, I don't use Discord that much. I just use Discord, well, for my server to go on sometimes other servers when I want to check for like some support thing or if somebody has talked about this problem I have or something. And for the vocals, you know, like to have a vocals with to play with somebody. Other than that, I don't use Discord very much, you know. So yeah, I will just see. I will just try to not do the face stuff. Well, especially since Discord has shown that they literally leaked their DB. So, you know, they're probably not very serious about how they manage the ID, the identification data, right? Or at least they have proven that they did not in the past. You know. So yeah. So yeah. So yeah, Monty is not for most people. It's for yeah, big servers that have lots of people who wants to execute Python inside a conversational AI. I think that's the goal. So yeah, it's not actually interesting. But I still wanted to look at it just in case. So yeah. Now I'm actually wait a minute. So now we go into chill mode, but I'm actually interested into TY now. I didn't know about TY. Is it like did they release that? I know 10 months ago. I did not know about TY. Language server. I use UV a lot and rough. My Pi and Para. Vibe coding, yes. Yes, I need to update the models in my extension because I just used it this morning and I noticed that I was still using like Gemini 2.5 and Sonnet 4 and yeah, I just need to update everything. Um, I need an explanation about what's um, what is TY? Mhm. No, in English, my dude. In English, oh my God. Why are you speaking to me in French? Oh, that's so annoying with Google. Sometimes, like, it seems like every 2 weeks, my smart speakers and my like Google interfaces switch back to French, and sometimes they stick in English, and sometimes they go back to French. So annoying. Bon. What is this? Explain. Hmm. What's the difference with identity? Alors, static type checker and language server, it analyzes your code for type errors and at development time, and we code when to use, improve code and fast type checking. Pydantic is a data validation settings management library for Python. It is primarily used for runtime navigation of data structures. I really thought that Pydantic did type checking. So no. Incoming data. Maybe I'm confusing with something else. Type hints as schema. I guess that's what confused me. You can use TY to statically check your Pydantic models for type correctness during development, and Pydantic to validate and parse data at runtime. What's the equivalent of TY in GS? The TypeScript? Uh, TypeScript plus TSC. The TSC compiler is the standard tool for type checking TypeScript. Why is it good to use TY in Python? My pipe, this means near instant feedback in large code. The hardware, if you're snappy and wants to down a development. English server, LSP. Put to definition, final reference, inlay signature server. Choice supposed to present feature, unique ability, safe for code, especially useful for fast API endpoints, data models, and complex logic. Maybe I will try to. So I need to update my code bases. I need to update Control Chi and Zencan's code bases a little bit. Maybe I will try to add type checking basically in my, just slowly but surely. Because it doesn't have that, and I want to test how it can be useful. And because at this point it's it's already a standard to type safe thing. Why? How do you use ty? Ty. Getting started. From typing, import literal. Type style literal italic bold underline. Add parameter annotation. Type annotation to see if you can find the mistakes in this program. No, I just want this to be explained to me. I'm too lazy right now. Me, why is the getting started? It is basically it does nothing. Type checking, environment discovery, me concept configuration, module discovery, Python version. I would like to know, like, how do you do that? How does it work? They expect you to know how to type check in Python. That's a bit annoying. There's no introduction at all. You see, that's what I call a bad doc. Bad docs, I think, in my opinion, and I've also encountered this with Flask docs. Bad docs expect you to be an expert already, and to know why things are there and there, there is no introduction to the concepts of what this library is about. And I think that's bad. One good docs that I've noticed is, for example, FastAPI. FastAPI docs are very beginner friendly, and they explain to you what they do and why they do it. Yeah, I mean, my dear doc people, please stop doing that. It's very annoying. It's like people write their docs, it seems, not for other people to learn the tool, but it's as if they write the docs for themselves to get reminded of how things work, and the stuff they would have forget or something. It's like a reference to something, but it's not actually introductory. That's very annoying. Or when they have introductory things, it's not signaled as an introductory thing, so it's very hard to find when you're new to the project. Some people are just bad at writing docs. It's just a thing, right? The same way some people are bad at explaining things to other humans, some people are just bad at writing docs. It's pretty sad. It's really ah introduction. Introduction. Type checking. What is this? Yeah, I don't like this doc. Yeah, it's installation. Okay. Type checking. Nothing is explained. Editor integration. No Vim. Okay, at least that's useful for me. Charm. Use MyPy for type checking at the Python IDE level. I might have tried it in the past. I think, I mean, I've never used type checking with Python. I just tried to use Pydantic. I've tried a little bit of the Pydantic at some point. But since I saw there was like some runtime cost or whatever, I was like, okay, maybe when I'm stable in my code bases, which is the case now. I am stable, so now in my code bases. So I would like to implement some type checking. Ooh, Vivaldi crashed. Very nice. Mm, mm, bon, too bad. Too bad, too bad. Ah, no. What do I want to do? Well, first I'll take a little pause. And so yeah, so for Python, I guess I kind of want to use Pydantic, but since Pydantic is a runtime thing, I'm not sure like I want to be that maybe it's a bit too overkill. I guess the static type checker might be better for me. You know, TypeScript style basically for Python. Oh yeah, I need to update this. Update my Chrome extension. Wait. Update. Oh, you know, I would like to add type checking to my code bases. It's just that I need the thing that I add to be lightweight, minimalistic, you know? I guess TY is good. I'm not sure. Also, I'm wondering if TY just leverages the like the native Python type hints, or if it adds new things or something. I'm not sure. Because I know that Pydantic, like when you use Pydantic, you have to define Pydantic schemas, separately from the native Python type hints. So I'm not sure if TY is the same or different. I just need to try to check that really quick. I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? I'm taking a little pause because I talked a lot. I need to rest my throat real quick. See you in a bit. Oogie. Oogie, 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 oogie. Hop. I am back. So let's try. Let's try. Actually going to control Kai. Yeah. How do I? Um, oh yeah, by the way, I'm in the process of installing OpenClaw on like a different machine just to test it. I hope everything goes well, you know, in the testing phase of OpenClaw. I have actually went deep into the docs, and it seems like the project seems pretty well rounded. You will install? Yes. So I'm going to install. So basically, yesterday, I went through the docs of OpenClaw a lot. I tried to I went into a deep dive with chatbot aid, right? Analysis, stuff like that. So I went a bit inside how the security was managed, like sandboxing accesses, command running, chat access, whatever. And on yeah, on the security side, I think I'm pretty satisfied with what I saw in the docs. Like the approaches to security is pretty straightforward, it's pretty standard, pretty practical. And yeah, and basically, I mean, by reading the docs, I understood a bit more thoroughly that mostly the problem with the security of OpenClaw is not the project in itself. Like the project in itself has a reasonable and a responsible approach to security. But it's just that, of course, if you do reckless things with OpenClaw, of course, you can expose yourself to bad security practices. But the project in itself is actually pretty reasonable in the way it handles the default security options and configs, you know? It's just that, yeah, even though the project handles that well, I guess if some irresponsible people, you know, enable everything and put their chatbot into a Telegram group chat or whatever, and let everybody query whatever they want about the bot, yeah, it will end badly. But the project in itself, at the base, it does a very good job about informing you of the security risks. and what you can do to mitigate those if you still want to, give the bot, like put the bot in the public, basically. You will give permission to your email? No, 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 no. Not for now, at least. No petit AI. It's not true. No, I will not. For now, the only thing I want to do with it is I would like it to review my like Twitter feed and make a summary about what's in the tweets. What you will give permission. For now, I think I will just give it permission to do what I want it to do. So mainly the Twitter summary. I think that's what I will do for now. Let it access like through a browser. I will log in with the OpenClaw token, session browser, whatever, and then I just want it to look at my tweets and make me a summary of what stuff people have been talking about, what new tool people might have checked, stuff like that, like checking my For You feed and my subscription feed, and just yeah, have and send me the notification and send me a notification twice per day. Twitter can implement that itself. Yeah, but it does not yet. It's a good idea for them. Yeah. Well, send them an email, to tell them that they should do that. Yeah. And then I guess as they, I just wanted to stay there just in case. Also, if I have a new ideas coming to my mind, I can do them right away. Because I feel like since this is a new use of LLMs, like you have to use it to get what you would do with it, because it's a bit hard, I guess, when you don't have access to the thing, to imagine what you could do with it. Like it's a bit hard to, especially since all the AI YouTubers, they're just putting so much hype into it, and so I want to have a more practical, understanding of how it works and what I could do with it, and just putting my brain into the process. I will not use it. I'm afraid of it. Yeah, I mean, you. It's just that if you use it, you do need to review all the security aspects in the docs. Yesterday, basically, I did a bunch of deep research with ChatGPT, and I asked ChatGPT to go only on the docs of OpenClaw and like review how everything works. How does the context work? How does the tool call works? How does the sandboxing works? How does the chat stuff works? What is enabled by default? What is disabled? What are my options? How to change stuff? How the memory is managed, how the short, how the LLM context is managed, how the long-term memory is managed, because OpenClaw has a long-term memory system that you can use. And it's interesting, and I think it's like reasonable to me. Like when I read the docs, I was like, yeah, I mean, makes sense. But the model of OpenClaw are where? It's you can plug any model you want. If you want, you can use Anthropic. You can use OpenAI. You can use DeepSeek if you want. It just you just choose a provider. They usually recommend to use a SODA provider, so Anthropic or OpenAI or Gemini. You will use what? I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet. And also it depends on how much tokens it consumes, you know? Yeah. So I don't know. I guess in the docs they recommend Anthropic, but it seems that GPT 5.3 is actually smarter than 5.6, Opus 5.6. And I guess since this is like a long running process, you know, and there's like heartbeat processes every hour or so, I guess it's better if you use a SOTA but slightly medium model. So, you know, something like Sonnet or maybe Gemini 3 Flash or something might be the best. Over the long term, I would like to, like, you know, Gemini 3 Flash, I guess, could be cheap for me to use, but at the same time, since Gemini 3 has some weirdities to it that the other models don't have, you know, not sure. Well, the good aspect about it, I think, is that basically all, you know, each when you switch the model provider, the memories and all that stay the same, right? So if you have to search about what you worked on X days ago, the bot can still go and find it, you know, like find the long-term memory that is put into the markdown file. And I like I mean, I think the main feature why I'm interested in OpenClaw is the memory structure, right? Because so basically they have like a session, you know, session based memory, you know, like when you ChatGPT or whatever. But when you ask it, hey, remember this, it will put it into a like memory file for the specific day, and each day it loads the memory files of the past 2 days, of today and the day before. And there's also a long-term memory, like memory.md file, where you can put long-term, you know, system instructions almost like memories. And yeah, also I like the fact that it's very clear compared to, you know, the memory of ChatGPT or whatever, where you don't really know how it works or how it can access it or whatever. Here it's very clear, like when you say remember it, it will put it into the memory of the day file, you know. And if you tell it to remember it long term, it will put it into the long term memory, and you know that it has access to both at all time, you know. Like it's, I don't know, it's clear to me, like it's a bit, I like the fact that I know what my agent has in memory more in context, you know, and what it can access, you know. And I like the fact that there's a mix of like RAG embedding, you know, memory search, and also double that is doubled coupled with a keyword based search, keyword semantic search also. So it's not really just like raw keyword, it's the keyword and you know, semantic association. So you know, I think it's pretty good. It seems pretty nice, and what I would like, you know, when I read the docs, I was like, yeah, seems seems good to me. I have to pay for paid API key. I'm not so sure about the paid API key. I will wonder. I mean, I think for ChatGPT at least you don't have to pay for the API key. If you have a subscription, you can just use your subscription. Since OpenAI said that, you know, the subscription token is available for open source projects. For Claude, I'm not sure. I'm not sure for Claude. But even though I think that open code, even after the affair, you know, with Anthropic cracking down on the OS token, they still managed to use it anyway. I think by just wrapping around the actual Claude agent CLI, I guess. without even using the auth token directly. You know, so I'm not sure how OpenCloud does it, and they don't explicitly tell you on the docs how the subscriptions auth are managed. Or I guess it's slightly confusing to me because they are talking about OAuth, but I'm not sure if it's the OAuth to the subscription account or if it's the OAuth to the API organization account. You know, so yeah, I guess I will have to try it. I still haven't installed it, but I have reviewed the docs enough. That memory is a markdown file on your machine. Yes, all the memories of OpenClaw are markdown files. Yeah, and it's basically there's two types of memories. There's the short-term memory that is still archived though, so you can still go back to it later. That are basically there's one memory file for each day. So each day that the agent needs to save something to memory, it will put it first, by default, into this day's memory file. And then if there is something longer term than what you did on this day or whatever, then you can put it into the memory, the long-term unique memory.md file. Voilà. And in this memory.md and this memory.md, and so in each session of OpenClaw, a chat conversation, agentic conversation, OpenClaw automatically loads the memory files of today, so the short-term memory files of today, of yesterday, and it also loads the unique long-term memory file, So it's very simple, and I like that. It's very clear. And basically, if you ask it something to remember something that is not present in today's file, yesterday's file, or long-term memory file, it will make a memory search among all the other memory files of the previous days, basically. And I think it's pretty cool. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's pretty simple. It's actually pretty, you know, simple. It's not overly complex. And the search of the memories uses a double approach, basically RAG, so embedding vector search, and also keyword semantic search, which I think is good. It's like, yeah, on these memory files basically, and that's all there is to it. It's interesting, but not for me. I don't want model providers to be connected to my accounts and my accounts data. Yeah, I mean, I understand. Huh? I understand. I also didn't see the point before. It's just that there's two things that attracted me, that lured me to want to install it. It's the memory stuff that seemed interesting to me, and also the transparency about it. It's very nice, and also the fact that it could actually read my tweets, basically, which is something that I have wanted to do before. I was wondering if I was going to use a Chrome extensions to do it, but I'm not sure. You know? Yeah, but I'm not even sure if this kind of automation is going to be allowed by Twitter. Well, at the same time, they need to allow people to use agents, huh, because well, at the same time, people are fed up. You know, I can understand that people are fed up with AI responses and stuff like that. Well, yeah, but at the same time, I do want to automate my feed to an extent. It's just that what's annoying about the Chrome extension thing that I could do is that it's not automatable, right? I would need to open my browser, go to X, click on the extension, and like grab the tweets, right? And then it would not, you know, it would still need, I would still need to have like some backend to process the tweets or whatever. It's a bit annoying, you know. If I, you know, like if I could just do everything with OpenClaw, like the grabbing of the tweets, you know, by it like opening the browser, I still have my login token in there, you know, my authentication token. It can read like the first like 50 tweets, right, on my feed. It saves those, it makes a summary, and it just sends me that to my chat, you know, like thinking, oh, this person talked about this person talked about this. There's a big discussion happening around this subject, you know. Maybe this new thing just came out. OpenAI released a new model, you know. There is this new Python tool that people are using now, you know, like stuff like that. Follow less people, but I have been trying to follow less people. Like now, I think I have like around 100 people that I follow. You see, I only follow 132 people. So, and before I was at like 500 at some point. So I did make, you know, it's exactly because I wanted to get rid of the noise, you know, in my feed. So now I only follow, yeah, 132 followers. I have 92 followers. Who follows me? Who follows me? Last time I checked, I had like 30 something. But these people are following me. Sea dance. Oh my god. This is sea dance? Damn. No way. No way. Oh, that's crazy good. It's like in the style of Dragon Ball Super. Oh damn. Mais non, mais that's Bilibili. Why is there Bilibili here? Yeah, but at the same time, Bulma couldn't. Yeah, it's not possible that Yeah, so this is AI. Oh my god. So in the AI training is the Bilibili logo, right? I guess that's what it is. Oh damn. Yeah, because Bulma doesn't have any powers, so this is, yeah, it has to be AI generated, right? Last time I checked. Oh damn. What the fuck? Even the music? No way. How is this possible? Oh la la. Oh, the real. This is crazy. Oh my god. Oh, mais you really can't tell, huh? And also, like the the different actions and moves that are saying are not even that similar to each other. What the fuck? Vegeta. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh. Okay, this is like really impressive. Oh my god. Pokemon 2? Oh wow. Also, like, yeah, there it's a, this is like I guess a fight that could have been that could have occurred in the first season, but there's no way it was that good quality back then. Like this is the Pokemon quality of the latest few years. Oh, what the fuck? Ah, damn. Oh yeah, hey, wait. So you can see that it doesn't make sense a little bit, you know, even though it's very good still. But you can see that like why is there an explosion here? The explosion is here. What's happening? We don't know. So yeah. Oh my god, this is AI generated. Fuck. Oh damn. Oh, what happened here? Oh, yeah, there was a little bit of it. Is it edited? Did they just edit out all the bad stuff? Bon, even though all the good stuff are still good enough, huh? Ah, wow. Still the Bilibili logo, huh? What's going on with there? With this? Bro, how did you get so better? So better? So good, right? Can't even imagine what the prompts were. Were they multiple photos? Just a few words? Bulma never fought with anyone in real anime or manga. Yeah, right? As a Dragon Ball fan, I can clearly say the fight choreography in this one is very impressive. Yes! I can also say that as a Dragon Ball fan. How to compare this to Dragon Ball Super Human Slop? Now the human is sloppier than the AI. Oh my god, look at this. Look at these little hands. Wow. Oh la la. That's crazy, and that the quality is that good. I mean, yeah, okay, there's some inconsistencies. But like the thing is, the inconsistencies are so good that you don't even notice them, right? Like that that's the thing. Like when you get to the point where like inconsistencies be you don't even notice them, it's like when in a movie there is a false cut or something. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That's crazy. Mate, how did they train such a model? How big is this fucking model to do Dragon Ball Z like perfectly like that? What the fuck? Sidens must be a gigantic image, like video model. Like, how is this possible to be so good like this? Well, here you can see more than that it's AI, but yeah. Oh, oh wow. Ah, wow. Yeah, even the sound. Oh, even the sound is like whoa, whoa. I'm a bit shocked. I'm a bit shocked at the quality. Wow. And I think what's crazy, like compared to all the other models that I've seen already, is that it's good at anything, right? Like it's not just, I mean, I guess it's good at characters, right? So yeah, action movies, ads, anime. Whoa, whoa, shocked. Like if the Sora app was actually using this fucking model, it would be way more successful, right? Because now you can do crazy stuff and not just like, goofy things. Oh la la. These movies were prompt generated? Yes, all of them. All of them. This is prompt generated. This is prompt generated. This is prompt generated. The Dragon Ball Z is prompt generated. Everything is prompt generated. This is not prompt generated. Like, yeah, this is prompt generated. Whoa. And this is crazy because there's only been like, what is the name of this? Arcane. There's only been like 2 or 3 seasons of Arcane. So there's not like that much training data. So that's crazy that they can do this already. Always the BDBD logo. That's funny. Oh, wow. Damn. Oh, I'm shocked. I'm shocked at the quality. Oh. I mean, now it starts to feel like that, Like if somebody wants to pretend to be another, to be a person online and posting videos about a person, they can, right? I actually stumbled upon one of those where I was like, wait a minute, that's AI. I answered. To this person. Yeah, this thing. So basically, this post here, it's the creator of OpenClaw, right? And I saw this answer to the post and I liked it because I was like, yeah. So, and the answer said, honestly, the scariest part of this chart isn't the slope, it's what it says about pent-up demand. People were waiting for something like OpenClaw and didn't even know it. Curious though, at this growth rate, does the contributor onboarding pipeline hold up? Or does that become the next bottleneck? So you can see if you know it that, yeah, okay, it sounds AI actually, but just reading it first, like that could have been something that a human would have said. And then so I follow more than 700 on X. I also have to do some cleaning. Okay, I see. For me, the manga ones are the better. Yeah, true. The manga one, especially since that they are just identical. The style is just perfect, right? And I mean, what's crazy to me is that there's not that many training data for the models to learn the style, because Dragon Ball Super is what, a few seasons or something. Same for Arcane, and yet the artistic style is perfect. It's crazy. And so I saw this response and I liked it like other people. Then I went there and I was like, oh, a Chinese girl, okay. That's often what the AI accounts are. Funnily enough, She did seem kind of realistic though. And then what really made me suspicious is the VTuber the VTuber videos like this, where she basically like you get to hear another guy talking, and then at the end she comments on it with a big booba Cloud Code t-shirt, suspicious. And then the AI voice. This is an AI voice, right? Like, but I was not 100% sure that it was an AI voice, right? I was like, wait a minute, is she just a VTuber? But no, it's an AI voice, right? And then I went down, voila, and I saw this. And then I noticed, like, what the hell? Why is she in the same position at two different places? Why would she like take the same like video at two different places? That was a bit weird. And then I was like, wait, this is an AI generated video. She's a bot. Yeah, I think she's a bot. And then I noticed some small, simply lip sync issues. Look here. If you look at her lips, she's not 100% synced with the lips. You see here, like she's a me, she's not actually. It's very subtle, right? And then I went on her YouTube channel somewhere. Voila, here. Voilà. And then I went into this video and I saw, voilà. And this is not the same voice. And the lip sync is horrible. And then I was like, oh, fuck, this is an AI account. The entire account is generated, is AI generated. So the videos are AI generated, the answers, right? But you can see that, you know, yeah, the lips are not synchronized with the voice. Voilà. This was the previous model, I guess, because it's not very good. You know, and of course, still it's too expensive to do 4 minutes of AI gen, right? They switch to this, right? And then it's just the AI voice. You know, and like it's the first time that I really like, you know, took a step back and I was like, oh fuck, this is a bot. I just liked an AI reply, you know? Fuck. I mean, yeah, and you know, you realized you it's like the project the guy you raided last time is doing. Yes, yes, exactly. Yeah, he's doing fake people, fake influencers. Yes, exactly. Hello, Cody. How are you? Good morning. Yeah. So you know, like for the first time, I was like, oh fuck, the bots are getting good. You know, like the AI stuff. Well, apart from the VTubing videos, of course, you know, it gave it away. But like this video, I was like for a few seconds when I watched this video, I was like, ah no, okay, it's a real girl. You know, when I watched this video, I was like, ah no, okay, it's a real girl. And then I was like, wait a minute, you know, and I had to watch the entirety of the video and notice that the scene changed every time, and I was like, oh fuck. And then the YouTube video, I was like, okay, wow, you know, like, and it's always Chinese girls, always. It's always Chinese girls because I guess the Chinese models have no limits to train on Chinese girls, right? And most of the Chinese models are, I guess, are trained on Chinese girls, right? And so the Chinese models are the best to do this kind of, you know, um, gooner things, right? So yeah, I guess the best AI generated girlfriends might actually be Chinese because of this bias, you know. And I was like, fuck, that's crazy. Oh yeah, I also had this about, it's funny, about making fun of Dutch and Danish languages. Yeah, because Danish people have an accent where they have a potato in their mouth. Oh yeah, I love this one. Wait a minute, I need to show you this. She's just electricity. Yes, exactly. She's just electricity. The video gen of people are generally good. Need to actually look for AI stuff to see it. At a glimpse, it's hard to know. Yeah, nowadays, at a glimpse, it's hard to know. You know, except the Sora stuff. If you see a Sora video, you can still know roughly that it's an AI generated. But those fucking Chinese models, like Seedance, that we've just looked at, Seedance 2.0, that's crazy. And I just love this one. So Dax, the maker of OpenCode, he's quoting this. This is our new AI slop PR policy, and I just thought it was funny. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. No disrespect. I commented. Getting banned. Hell no. Hell no. Just funny, you know? There's also a trend to take. So, and I think this is a real video. This is not AI generated, by the way. The girl that said, hell no. Now we don't know anymore. There's also a trend to take real vids and say they are an AI, even adding Sora logo. Oh my god, yes, of course people are going to do that. Of course people are going to do that. Oh. We won't know anymore, like I think at some point people will stop caring, like people will just they will just like the videos that they like and dislike the video that they dislike, and they won't know for sure if it's AI or not, but maybe it won't matter anymore, because nobody will be able to tell the difference anyway, right? I think at some point it will be something like that will happen, huh? Oh yeah, funny. Somebody made cursor for hardware, which means um, it gives you the circuitry schematic. Voilà. So it basically provides you with this, which allows you to make electronics more easily, which would be useful to me because I always wanted to learn electronics more deeply. But of course, this part is the hard part, right? There is a real AI. Yes, I think I checked this sub already. That's really crazy. Oh my god. It's so crazy. And it's pretty cool, right? If you're interested in learning electronics, like me someday, it can be nice. Yeah. Dude, the Palantir CEO or CTO is so fucking autistic. This is like, yeah, software engineers when the marketing girl finally comes to the happy hour. He's amazing. He's amazing. He's just amazing. Well, allez up. Oh yeah, I discovered also Michel Hashimoto, the maker of Ghosty, created because like what is schematic site? I don't know. Schematic site. I guess it's a private beta, so maybe there's no There is no schematic.io. No, there is a website actually. Schematic.io here. Join the waitlist. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm gonna join. Bon, I'll join later. Hello Nat, how are you? Hello Nat. Uh, and I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm talking about this new thing I discovered from Michel Hashimoto, the creator of Ghosty. I mean, the founder of the Ghosty project. You know, and basically, you know, because of AI, lots of open source projects have received too many AI slop PRs recently. And so basically to try to solve this issue, it was bound to happen. But now he created this tool to allow a community trust management system based on explicit vouchers to participate to an open source project, to cut down on the AI PR slope, basically, which is, in a way kind of sad, but necessary because, yeah, like, unfortunately, there's too many, yeah, you know. Before AI, the default attitude towards any new open source contributor was trust, right? You would expect the open source contributors to have reviewed thoroughly your code base before submitting some code, right? Or at least you would expect that most would do that before. But unfortunately, now with AI, most people do not review thoroughly the code base and just try to merge some random AI slop they generated in 20 seconds. So yeah, fortunately, open source contributors are going to start vouching each other now. Uh, open source is starting to get less open, but for the good cause, like to allow, because like maintainers nowadays have just too much work triaging all these PR stuff, like these AI slop PRs, basically. There's too many of them. Like if you go on Ghosty and you see the amount, I know the pull requests now have been toned down, 68. Or maybe it's on open code. If you go on open code, they have like 1,000 PRs to review. This is crazy. Ah, voilà. Open code, like the famous open source agentic harness, right? They have 1,000 pull requests opened. There is no way in hell they can analyze those, right? Like it's not even. And 3,000 issues. Well, they did close 4,000 already, right? But yeah, I mean, when you see that, you can understand why open source maintainers and contributors will just start vouching people and start to implement a bit more gatekeeping compared to before, because like this is not manageable, right? Yeah. What did I want to do originally? Oh yeah, I wanted to work on my code base actually. Well, let's open Claude. Oh yeah, yeah. First, I wanted to open Claude, and then I talked about OpenClaw that I'm about to install OpenClaw on a separate machine. Hmm? Large change log will impact performance. Oh. Hmm. Eh ben, compress the changelog.md, please. It's too large. Here to laugh a little bit after the studies. Oh, we've already laughed a little bit, but you were not there, Yannick. Yannick, oula, Nat. You know, I'm like old grandmas. I'm confusing my viewers, you know. Yannick, I mean Nat, I mean Gonkar, I mean Cody, I mean you know. Yannick. I'm fully addicted in cheap dopamine. I understand. When you're on your phone and a cop pulls up next to you. Very funny. Very funny. Let me show you real quick the meme snap, okay? So this is a meme about Dutch and Danish people having weird accents, okay? Voila, very funny. Then this is a meme. This is a meme about autistic nerds trying to hit on girls. You know, well, software engineers when the marketing girl finally come to the happy hour. This is like the CTO or the CEO of Palantir. He's the best. He's the best. And what did I have also? I have this, but also this. So let's just watch it again. It's so good. Get a band. No disrespect. And the creator of OpenCode said, This is our new AI slop PR policy. No disrespect. Hell no. Hell no. Girl power. I'm on the leaderboard. Nice. Yeah, Jens, oh, this is last week. This one is like a meme about every trad wife lifestyle reel. Oula. Yeah. Wood though, huh? Wood, 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 100%. I am not, and you. Bon, can I show you the new AI model doing arcane style? I don't think I can find it again. Like basically, there's some crazy new AI video models from China, and you can basically do every style possible, including arcane. You can go watch the VOD. Okay, not going to rewatch everything, but can I show you the arcane real quick? Uh, no. Oh, I saw this on. You saw this already. Okay. Did you see the arcane one with the like Kobe Bryant? I think it was Kobe, or it was another guy that I don't know. Another footballer, basketballer person. Was it this? No. Bon, I can't find. Alors voilà. Voilà. Sidon's 2.0 generating arcane. This one I was talking about. It's pretty good, huh? It's pretty good. This is sad because I can't use AI to make my plus 18 content. You cannot. You don't have the good the good resources, you know. I would love to say increase 2 centimeters in the image. Hey, then I could have 3 centimeters. But I never know what kind of AI is that. Look nuts. There is a very simple solution to this. You go on CVTI, okay? You uncheck the filters. You put all the filters to off, and then you will be greeted by something that you might be surprised by, or not surprised, because, you know, rule, whatever. What is the rule for that? I don't remember. There is a rule of the internet about this. I remember. I know. You know. I up. Change log dot mv. Up. Up. It's crazy because I see a lot of AI women on my Twitter, Instagram. Yeah. I mean, you know, the algorithm knows you or not. The algorithm knows what you like. I just give my likes to the dogs and other animals, but I always receive an AI girl. For sure, Nat. I'm sure this is what's happening. Oh no, fuck. Mm. Ah. A petit the AI girls are the famous women petit 20 subject. The point here is not my Instagram. The point is AI is going crazy. Is going to crazy. Yes, AI is going to crazy. AI is just going to a crazy. What do I want to do with this? Um, Starting to be very real. Yes, I also, if you go back into the stream, I also talked about how I actually, for the first time ever, confused a real bot with a no, a real human with a bot. I mean, I confused the bot for a real human, and I just had to went to go through the girl profile, the Chinese girl, of course, and then check, and then I confirmed that this was a fake account, you know, like an AI generated account. I guess the guy is experimenting with video models and all that stuff. But yeah. I need to update the model used by this extension. Tell me where to change the model. Like I need to update the model name and their pricing. I don't think it's smart enough to well, check that online. Does it? Is it? Not sure. Let's just try to see if it finds it. And I don't know what is there anymore. Yeah, me neither. I mean, that just happens. Like even for the text. I mean, even for the text, I guess you can still tell. You know, if you really look at it, like if you are very aware. But yeah, like the line is starting to get blurrier and blurrier. Funnily enough, it's like the videos are getting faster at imitating human, you know, human quality than text. It's funny. Just think about it. Like the latest C Dance, I don't know if you saw like the Dragon Ball Z, the Dragon Ball and Pokemon stuff with C Dance. That's crazy. Same with Arcane. And the crazy stuff for me, especially about like the Arcane or the Dragon Ball Z, the Dragon Ball Super style, is that they didn't even like get that many training data points, right? Like they only got a few seasons, right? And the style is just perfect. It's crazy. I saw some guy try to figure out how to find an AI image. Then they did a lot of tests on image, like the term test or something like this. Stereo something. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. Hello. Ah oui, it's all in config. Can't click and go. Bon. Voilà. Mistral small, no, latest. This is still the same. First new pricing. Yeah, pricing Mistral small 3.2, 0.1, 0.3, yeah, 0.3. Alors, Mistral medium. There's Mistral large now. Let's not use Mistral Large. Mistral Large 0.5, 1.5, and Mistral Medium 0.4 and 2. Mistral Medium latest. DeepSeek. DeepSeek API pricing. And I have a tech news. Overwatch 1 is back, baby. I've seen that. I mean, a few weeks ago, I guess, or days ago. So so they are erasing the 2. So now Overwatch 2 is Overwatch again. This is just deplorable, right? It's completely, this is sad. It's the most stupid thing ever. Yeah, exactly. The most stupid update ever. It's not, I mean, the Overwatch 2 thing was even worse. They sold an update, what should have been an update in any other context, right? It should have, it would have been an update. What was an update? They said it was a new fucking game, and they sold, right, the new game. Like, people would needed to pay, right? I think. I don't remember. But that's crazy. It was just an update. No PvE. They teased like crazy that there was going to be a PvE. No PvE. Like, crazy shit, huh? Alors, cash miss 0.28. Oh my god, they diminished the price again. DeepSeek chat. Now DeepSeek chat and DeepSeek Reader are the same price. Damn. They diminished the price again. Oh, the DeepSeek pricing is crazy. DeepSeek pricing is crazy. They divided by 3 the output token. This is crazy. The output pricing, and this is in a cache miss, in a cache hit. The input is like divided by 10. Oh my god. How can these Chinese companies do this? I have no idea. I have no idea. 0.8 and 4.2. Do I need to change this too? Wait a minute. Medium. Yeah, no, it didn't change. Okay. Alors, DeepSeek chat. DeepSeek Reasoner. 3.1, 3.2. Ah, yeah. DeepSeek V 3.2 thinking. Thinking. No, everything is for free except the skins. Ah, no, okay, so the update was for free actually. Okay, so okay. So they were less crazy that in my memories. Good for them. Okay, so DeepSeek. Yeah, DeepSeek, that's done. Gemini. Gemini. API writing. Gemini. Ah, Gemini 2.5 Pro. 1.25, 2.5. Ah, it increased a little bit. The 3 Pro. Bon. Ah, yeah. Input, outputs. Ah, yeah. Inputs. 0.5. Ah, yeah. So I just need the max. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm going to put the max too. Well, usually per input, and you do 4. And output 18, which is 0.5 Pro. The 0.5 Pro was, yeah, the input was way cheaper. Ah, so now this is preview. Gemini 3 Pro is still in preview. There is no like definitive model. Why? It's weird. Preview. Preview. Alors, GPT, OpenAI, pricing. They still don't have 5.3. We still only have like 5.2 in the API. No way. We only get 5.3 in codecs. Ah, so maybe that's a like. Is it like a harness trained, harness focus, like harness, code agent harness focused model? 5.3 compared to 5.2? Ah, detailed pricing. Ah, yeah, 5.3 is not in the API yet. Why is that? That's crazy. Agent kit. Wait, there's really no 5.3 on their pricing page. Oh my god. Why? Oh, wait, it's really like it's only a model that you can use inside Codex, not even through the API. Wow, that's a bit weird. GPT 5.2 chat latest. I'll use that, I guess. Isn't there like a GPT-5 latest something? Because I don't want to update every week. Yeah. Codex, GPT-5 chat latest, 5.1 chat latest, 5.2. Hmm. 5.2. Yeah, okay. 5.2 chat latest. Two, let's see, 175. And I'll put 14. Okay. Now, wait a minute. Let me. Oh yeah, I need to do that too. Free flash preview. Alors, flash preview input. Oh, flash also increased the price. So the input is, I know, well, it slightly increased the price, 50 cents and $3. $3, 50 and 30. Yeah. And this one, 5.2 chat latest, 5.1. Is there's no 5.2 mini? There's no 5.2 mini? Codex mini? Mini. GPT-5 mini. There's only a GPT-5 mini. There's GPT 5.1 Codex mini. That's a bit weird, huh? So GPT, okay. That's weird how they do things. So GPT-5 mini doesn't change. It's still 25 and $2. Yes. Ubu. Ubu, ubu, ubu. Tac, 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 tac. Eh ben, d'accord. D'accord, d'accord. Flash preview 5 mini pro 5.2 chat latest. Ah yeah, Claude. Claude API pricing. Alors. I'm not going to get Opus. I'm going to give Sonnet. Sonnet 4.5. It will be enough. Sonnet 4.5. Is that how you write this? Okay. Good, I guess. Very nice. Very nice. Detailed pricing. But they don't give you the model name in the API. Give me, voilà, Claude Opus. Okay. Net 5 has no drop, huh? All right. But yeah, yeah. A week ago, 5 days ago, yeah, okay. Tac, tac, tac. Sonnet 5, 4.5. And what's the pricing? Sonnet 4.5. Base input token 3. Output 15, yeah. But it hasn't changed. Well, at least, funnily enough, Anthropic might be the more stable, of the provider in terms of pricing. Yeah, I changed some model in the config.py. Do I need to update anything else? $50 free extra usage to try fast mode. Ooh, yeah. $50 free extra usage. Ooh. Ooh. That's tempting. It's a gym bike, not a bike though. Yeah, but good. Yes. Yeah, you can on your gym bike, Nat, you can do just like this girl, you know? You can do you are doing just like her. She's on a gym bike too. You know? Is that what you look like when you are on your gym bike, Nat? And you are coding, you're like, hell no. I take no disrespect. Get him banned. Get him banned. Get him banned. You know? And on the drop, you're like, let's go. Hell no. Hell no. Well, it burns, you know? You're like, hell no. Burns my legs. Hell no. You know? I take all disrespect. No. Don't take the disrespect, Nats. You need to be more like her, you know? You take on the drop, you're like, hell no. You know, like, I take no disrespect. Hell no. Ban him. Ban him. He's banned. He's banned. I take no disrespect. She's thin. Yeah. But like you soon, you know? If I was thin, I could have all this confidence. No. That's where you're wrong, Nats. That's the thing, is that people think that, oh, when I will change, my psychology will change. But no. You need to start being confident right now. Because when you will be thin, you will be the same, you know? So you better start believing in yourself right now, you know? That's the thing. Being thin doesn't bring any more confidence if you are not very confident at the base, you know? So start being confident right now. Of course, if this is a motivation for you to become thin, forget now. But, you know, just in case. Voilà. But just in case. But otherwise, you know, just start being confident now. In any case, you can start being confident now, you know, because it will always be good for you. So it's better to stop my diet. No, that's not what I wanted to say. That's not what I meant, okay? That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I know that you were going to, you know, I pre-shotted your joke. Did you see what I did here? I pre-shotted your joke, Nat. I knew that you were going to say, oh, so I can stop everything. No. Of course, also, you have forgot everything. You have forgot everything. You okay? So all is good. Nat, continue, and then you will be like her. You know? Oh yeah. Oh, so it's big for you. Nice. Voila. You see, you forgot everything. So you see that? This is just like you. When you run, just you know, just take her state of mind. You know, just embrace the state of mind. You know, just frown your eyebrows because you getting banned, getting banned. Get a bear. Hell no. Hell no. I take no disrespect. Hell no. You know, you just need to do this. You do this a few times, and then you know it will be natural. I'm sure. Don't worry. Hey, that's how it works, huh? First, you tell yourself, "Oh yes, I need to do this," and then it becomes natural. You know. These eyes. Yes. Yes, like this. Getting better. Getting better. Getting better. Getting better. Huh? What is this? Eyes. Oh. Yes, like the, yeah, yeah, exactly like this. Getting better. Getting better. I take no disrespect. I take no disrespect. Which it does. But it still works fine. If GPT-5 in backend use max completion tokens to max token, still matches your development tool. Just adoption can actually all model. Cosmetic only. LLM route at line 700 779 just for good measure. No functional need changes needed beyond config. Okay, very nice. Very nice. Hmm? What happened here? Hmm? Oh, did I just select the addition? Delete the old log in change log. um, mm, update the models to the latest. Okay, I will try something radical. Now I will try to push. It's been an eternity I haven't pushed to my apps on the Raspberry Pi. But now is the time. How do I do this already? Scripts. Yeah, push to prod. Right. PDP. PDP. Let me just check real quick. I'm going to push to prod with the scripts. PDP. It's the first time I push to prod on Arch Linux, I think. Not sure. But can you check for me real quick if all the scripts involved in this deploy, this push to prod are correct and nothing is weird? I should have checked that before, but not 100% sure anymore. It's been a while. Please double check for me. Don't know if you know it, but this is a good news site. Lobster.rs. Ah, is it for the open close stuff? Lob or no? Or no real no lobsters. I know it's completely different. No, I didn't know. It's not related to OpenClaw, right? No, it's general news. Ah, okay. It is a tech oriented news, right? Ah, this is also like where people post their blog posts, right? Tech, yeah. Hmm. Ah, yeah. When I have a new blog post, I should post it on Hacker News, no? Right? People post their blog posts on Hacker News, no? I'm not sure. And here too, I guess. Lobster. Yes, I okay. Yeah, I always forget about Lobsters is a computing focused community centered around link aggregation discussion launching on 2012. The administrator, contact team, another moderator. Lobster was created by Joshua Stein with careful design, tagging system, invitation, for explanation. Is it why OpenClaw is a lobster? Is it because the guy is somewhat a fan, or does that know? But I guess sometimes there's just no relationship between things, even though it might be convenient to think. Oh, active user. Oh, we know it's the current bonds. Yeah, as always. Chat. Ah, IRC. Hats. A hat is a formal verified way of posting a comment while speaking for a project. Yeah. I think I've seen this name lobsters once, but not so much. Thank you for reminding me that this exists, Goncalves, because I did not have this in my mind. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm going to save it into cool. Thank you. Um, Wait a minute. Just in case Claude starts showing my keys and my stuff like when it's, just in case, because I see it squaring it. Squaring it, Squaring it. It's squaring it. Alors, issues found. Ah, yeah. Hmm? No, it exists. Whoa. Whoa. The stuff exists though. Mm, Rust Pro doesn't exist. It does. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, they said Opus 4.6 was the best. What do you mean? The same with Rust Pro. What the hell? Check again. Everything, I guess. Mm. And version.txt, it genuinely does not exist. My brother. My brother. My goddamn brother. It's just right here. It's literally right here. Dumbass. Found it, yeah, dumbass, because I linked it. Oh. It's needs to be all lowercase. Man. Fix. Renamed it. Okay, correct all exists. That no issue with the which is good. You're good to deploy. Okay, nice. Okay. Cool. Bu- 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 Yep. Let's go, hein. À la push. I push. Let's hope. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. It's happening, it's happening, it's happening, it's happening, it's happening, it's happening. Oh my god, guys. Oh my god, guys, I'm pushing. Oh my god, guys, it's happening. I'm pushing, I'm pushing, I'm pushing. It's building the Docker. It's building the Docker. Pushing where? To my Raspberry Pi. Pushing the new backend with the new models. From store? No. No, to the backend. To the backend. I should not need a new Chrome Store version because the Chrome Store front takes the model name from the backend, so it should work without an update to the Chrome Store. Yeah. Raspberry Pi power, yes. Definitely. I also love mine. Yeah, it's pretty cool, huh? It's also more powerful than what people expect, right? Like people expect that a Raspberry Pi might be the equivalent of like one vCPU or something, you know? But it's actually way more powerful than one vCPU. It's at least like I think each core might be like you know uh, maybe two vCPU or something. and we have 4, so we did there's like 8 vCPU. So it's like the equivalent of 8 vCPU. So it's actually a good, you know, in terms of processing power, it's actually beefier than people think. Low power and silence and powerful. Yes, exactly. Yeah, the fact that it's completely silent, you know, so good. Like I literally sleep with my Raspberry Pi, you know, my servers on, my backends running, right? And it doesn't do anything. I mean, it's on, it's working, but no sound. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. While installing it. Maybe I should reconsider some of the libraries. Because I think I just copy pasted the libraries, the Python libraries from the web app templates that were themselves copy pasted from Zenkan, where I had a lot of stuff happening. Maybe I need to. I need to go rest. Stay good. See you all another day. Yeah, okay. I can see you. See you. Oh, fuck. What happened? Dash line permission there. Oh, what happened here? What? What happened here? It converted everything. Permission denied. Here's the summary. Build a Docker. Convert to fail on the final step. Permission denied. The script lost its execute permission, likely during the copy. Fix it by SSHing to the Pi and running. Ah. Hmm. It lost the execution rights. Why would it do such a thing? Ah, fuck. Pa. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, it does work. Look, how do I do that? No. Mm, mix, mix, no, which would be ah, no, me, me crazy. Oh, well, um, I might it works. Good. Pa, 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 pa. Yeah. Mm. Mm. Uh, Hmm. Hey, look, Petit AI. I'm an artist in this channel. You're just a mod. Oh, lame. Yeah, yeah. I demoted Petit AI. He's not an artist anymore. Ah, voilà. Oh. What the fuck? Now it's that. Ah ouais. Wait a minute. Now being copied. Are you tired? A little bit. I'm just going to. It's just that I'm doing stuff. Uh, we'll deploy real quick. Okay. I can't have my, yeah, permission problem. Now it should work. Should work. Okay. I'm not very tired because I go to bed too late in these days. So unfortunately, I'm not tired right now. I will be tired in 4 hours, I'm sure. I'm not feeling good in the last months. Oh, really? Why? One day I sleep and the next no. Oh, really? But for no reason. For no reason. Oh, what? Yesterday I don't sleep. Ah, yeah. And it's not that you you sleep not good. It's that you don't sleep at all. Like you just stay awake. It's kind of a curse. Yeah, you are an insomniac. You are a little bit of an insomniac. Let's check if everything works. Summarize in context. Yeah, it works. Control Chi. So now, well, now we have all the new models. So we have Gemini 3, Gemini 3.2, Pona GPT. Voilà, voilà. Let's check the new ones. Flash preview. Very nice. GPT 3.2 thinking. I wake at your 4 a.m. I guess when I first sleep, then I woke at 6. Oh, that's bad. That's bad for you, Nat. You need to sleep like at least 6 hours. You know? At least. If you sleep 2 hours, that's not good at all. When the next day I sleep good. Well, yeah, of course the next day you sleep good. Because you have a ton of sleep debt. Ah, what's going on? Pro 3 Pro doesn't work? Wait a minute. Oh, no, it's okay. Sometimes it stops. Oh, no. I wake up all the night, but I sleep good. Ah, really? Then maybe you need to, I mean, if you sleep bad too much, you need to see a doctor, or you need to understand what's going on. I'm doing exercises, eating good, better than before. Yeah, so it's supposed to not have energy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's weird. You need to see a doctor about this, I think. You know. Not wasting weight. You're not losing, you mean? You're not losing weight? Losing, yeah. Well, it's because you need to do it for longer, huh? Losing weight does not happen in 1 month. It happens over like 6 months, a year, That's how long you need to do things for it to work. People don't, I mean, you can lose weight by starving yourself, but you will get it back when you stop starving yourself, But if you start doing workouts, if you start working out, yeah, you need to, you will start to see the changes after 6 months, right? 6 months, a year, you know. It's like when you want to grow muscles, right? You can never grow muscle like in a month. It's not possible. It's at least 6 months. The fastest is six months, and most people take at least a year to see some changes in their shape. And that's why whether it's about working out or changing your diet, like the motivation should never come from losing weight or getting muscles, because you will not get those right away. You know, the motivation should be about taking good life habits. You know, this you can get right away. You know, good life habits that you can, you know, think about. Like, okay, I'm doing good life habits now. And this should be the motivation. And then over the long term, you will lose weight, you know? But short term, you should not seek to lose weight as as a main objective. You know, the main objective should be, I am healthier, you know? I behave in a more healthy manner. And that's what counts. That's what's good, you know? Because the weight losing, you will get that after, you know? A long time after, like 6 months, a year after. Especially if you work out, because working out is, the it needs to work, you know, like the body takes a lot of time to to lose weight or to grow muscle, you know. And that's, you know, that's why people, they do a diet and they stop and they gain the weight back or whatever. That's why they lose motivation. It's because when your main motivation is losing weight, you know, and you realize it's harder than you thought, you know, that's why people surrender and abandon. But the people who change the diet and work out regularly, not to lose weight, but to be healthy and to have good habits, you know, good healthy habits, those do, you know, they will just do it whatever happens, right? It's just a habit they take, and that's good. You know, and that's like, even psychologically, it's better, I think, to think of this not as I'm doing this to lose weight, but I'm doing this to be healthy, you know, to be a healthy human for all my life. My only motivation is to lose weight and get more beauty. I don't have any other why. Well, you need to get one though. Just do what I just said here. You know? Otherwise you're going to lose your motivation, Nat, you know? You should not lose your motivation. You should continue. I don't have why. I gave you the why. I gave you the why. You need to be healthy. Did you hear me, Nat? Did you hear me, Nat? You need to be healthy. Did you hear me, Nat? You need to be healthy. I don't care about health stuff. Eat candies is always best. Okay, this is. I am not going to answer to your rage bait. This is a rage bait. I see clear in your little games, Nat. I am not responding. Fries is always best. The point that I don't eat this in this moment, it's because I need to see me beautiful. It's not rage bait, it's true. Well, you will see yourself be beautiful, but in a year, in a month, not now, you know, not in a month, in a year, in 6 months. You know? You will become beautiful, Nat, but not as fast as you want. That's all. trying my best. Yeah, but you need to try more. You need to try for an entire year to do this. And after you have the habits, you will need to continue working out and eating healthy for your entire life, you know? That's just how you need what you need to do. But I'm just saying, this is the only motivation. Well, look, you can formulate it however you want, but it needs to be a long-term thing, you know? You cannot say to yourself, oh, I just do that to be beautiful in a month or so, like quickly or something. No, that's no. You need to see the long term. You need to do this over the long term. If girl liked very big and fat guys, I would not do this. This is rage bait. Okay. Yeah, you know. But voilà, over the long term. Even with the rage bait or not, you just need to do it this over the long term. You know. And I think it's better to do this over the long term than a short burst or whatever, because the short burst of workout or starving yourself or whatever, it's not sustainable, right? So you will be able to achieve it, and then you will want to go back to normal, and then everything will go to shit, right? Whereas if you do things progressively and over the long term, it's the best, right? Because what you achieve, you will get forever, you know? And so it's just better this way. It's better to achieve things, you know, while not being too much under pressure, because it means that it's sustainable over your entire life, you know? And that's why I think you need to, when you choose to, like, do a workout on every Friday or something, you need to tell yourself, I will do a workout on Friday for my whole life. Every Friday or every Sunday, I will do my workouts, forever, until I die, until I'm 99 years old. Maybe at 99 years old, you can stop. Or maybe not. Maybe you will continue. Even when you will be 99 years old, you will continue to work out on a Sunday. Voila. Because this is what made you beautiful. At 99, you will remember, oh, I remember when I started working out on the Sunday. The year after, that's when I became beautiful. So even though I'm 99, I'm going to continue, because I've been doing this for the last 70 years. So I'm going to continue doing it even though I'm 99. That's old Nat talking here. Because that's what made me beautiful. Voilà. That's all. You just need, voilà, easy. Even when, voilà, yesterday, for example, I did my workout. Yesterday, even though I wanted to do lots of other things, and that's also why I uh, I slept later than I wanted, because I kept delaying. Oh no, wait, in an hour, and then I was like, okay, now is the time. I don't have time anymore. So, voilà. So I took the time to do my workout, and even though it was a bit annoying because I wanted to focus on other things, I still did it. And now, voila, I'm happy. I can tell to myself, good, see you next week. Fucking workouts. Once per week, I need to work out. So I work out once per week. Yeah, but my AI girlfriend will not care about this. Or maybe she will though, you know? The AI models are getting pretty smart. If you tell your AI girlfriend, well, actually, I don't work out, I stay fat, I eat fries and candies all day long, she will be like, sorry, Nat, but I think I can give you. Do you want a personalized workout schedule? Do you want me to generate you a personalized workout schedule? Do you want me to program your diet for the entire week? I can do that right now. You know, please use HelloFresh. This is the best sponsor. You know, like she will say that to you. Maybe. 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 Or maybe, don't worry, baby, I love you like you are. No, no. That's what the weak AI models will say, you know? The smart AI models, the state of the art, GPT-6 will want, a good hey, the AI girlfriends, they've been trained on the girls, you know? So you can't escape that. I want a weak AI. I want a weak AI. Do you want a Qwen 3B girlfriend? Really? I think you deserve. I think you deserve better than a Qwen 3B model AI girlfriend. I don't want a Jarvis. I want a girlfriend AI. You like more Jarvis? You could have Jarvis. I don't want a Jarvis. I don't want Jarvis. It's just that I'm saying, the AI models, they've been trained on the internet, And do you think the girls on the internet like you for just like you are? I don't think so. You know, they want a beautiful, healthy man that works out, often and eats good diet and no candies and no fries. I will not be catched in your rage bait. You're just jealous about my perfect girlfriend. Yes, you're right. You're right, Matt. I'm just jealous. Go. Ah, yeah. I need to. Why did I? What did I change here? What did I change here? I don't remember. I mean, no, but it's in the Claude. Sure. Yeah. I mean, why not? Yeah. Uh, I watched The Mentalist, and now I know everything that you really think. Oh, really? The Mentalist, like, is it? Are you talking about the old series, like that you watched when you were 12 years old or something? Yeah, this one, right? This one? Yeah. Nat, what are my micro expressions saying here, Nat? What am I saying here, Nat? Hmm? Hmm? What am I saying here, Nat? Hmm? Yes, I want to. I can't say. Aye, aye, aye. You can't say. Why? Ah non, fuck. I can't say it's a little dirty. Oh wow, really? Damn, so you can't really see what I think. That's alarming. That's a bit alarming, Nat, that you can see everything that I can think now. Why you said that with your AU2 and DU5? What? What is this? AU2 and DU5. What is this? Hmm? Is the number of the maker expressions? They have numbers. Wow. I mean, you know, I actually watched a series very close to this. I think it was called it's another series very similar. Uh, Lie to me. Lie to me. No, lie to me. Lie to me. It's basically yeah, it's a series about micro expressions, you know. No, don't. Lie to me. Trailer. Trailer. No. How do you say theme? Theme. Voilà. Voilà. Enjoyment smile. Anger. Ooh, anger. Contempt. Ooh. Impatience. Manipulator. Controlled smile. Oh boy. Fear. Surprise. Look. Oh, she's surprised, you know. Pain. So much pain. Look, it's pain. It's pain. In French, it's bread, you know? That's what it is. Pain. Wow. Nah. You know? I think it's the same kind of series, right? If I'd say theme or something like intro. Okay, intro. Oh, really? I'm watching The Matrix because I love Sherlock. It's totally based, I guess. 8D. The guess had a AD. This is sad. Could be at least 8 equal D, right? I agree with you. Let's see the intro. Someone who uses mental acuity, hypnosis, and or suggestion. A master manipulator of thought and behavior. This is so me. Wow. That's all. It's like short stuff, like short clips like this. Are you okay? They're just like, hey, I'm handsome. Like literally, the trailer is about the guy being handsome, and that's all. It's like, look, hey, I'm handsome. Hey, hey, I'm just very handsome and cute. Damn. It's literally Sherlock, bro. Yeah. I mean, Sherlock was more about like Sherlock was not about mental manipulation, or maybe a little bit. I'm not sure. Sherlock was more about like deduction and stuff like that. No, was Sherlock also a bit mentalist in a way? Don't remember. I'm not talking about the series, right? Like the books and stuff. Yeah, okay. I'm handsome. Mm. Okay, but my job is done. My job is done. Up. My job is done. I'm gonna leave now. Your boots have dirt, so you're American. Why you have a hat? I guess you're the guilty. The guilty. Your hat is just found on North Korea, and the body of that guy is Korean. Yeah, exactly. Voilà. That's Sherlock to me, right? The Mentalist was a bit more like, yeah. To me, a mentalist is more about manipulating others, right? Whereas in Lied to Me, he was not manipulating. He was just analyzing footage. Like how people were reacting or whatever. Are they angry? Are they stuff like that? I mean, it's different but equal. Yeah, it's different. 6-7, but equal. What is the meme? It's the same. No, different, but still same. Still same. I don't remember the meme. Whatever. 6-7. Haha. La Boubou chocolate, my dear Alphers, am I right? Ha. La Boubou Dubai chocolate. Ha. 6-7. 6-7, la Boubou Dubai chocolate. Ha. It's okay, but you're old. Don't worry. No, I love my fellow kids. I love my fellow kids, Alphers, right? Haha. 6-7. Look, I'm so cool. Oh my god, I'm so cool. I'm like the Gen Alpha. 6-7. Haha. La Boubou Dubai chocolate. Haha. You know? Voilà. I'm just too cool. That's why I say this, you know? I'm just cool like the kids. I'm just so I'm just so hype and trendy. La boubou. La boubou. La boubou Dubai chocolate. Yeah, you know? Hey, when the Gen Z were still there, now they're gone, right? They're old like us. But when the Gen Z was still trendy, I said skibidi toilet all the time. Skibidi toilet, haha. And I was very famous among the Gen Z because of this. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I know how to be cool. Oh yes, like this meme. Yes, la boo boo. Really? You don't remember that girl saying la boo boo? Ah no, no, I don't. What is this again? Wait a minute. La boo boo girl. Can I find this? Is this her? She was a rich girl saying la boo boo. Is this her? Ah oui, la boo boo. Yeah, yeah. Ah yeah, yeah. She She said it in a funny way. Elle baby. Yeah. Elle baby. Yeah. Le baby. Aïe aïe aïe. Aïe aïe aïe. Aïe aïe aïe, blackface. La baby. Ah yeah, so she is, yeah, it's her. La baby. Okay, yeah, it's her, okay. But she got cancelled. La baby. La baby girl got cancelled. Aïe aïe aïe. But I'm gonna go. See you now, la bobo, la bobo. Yeah, I'm gonna go now. See you, Nat. See you, see you. See you on Thursday. Hmm? If you're here. La bobo, la bobo, la bobo. I still don't know really what a labubu truly is. Huh? I guess they're just dolls, right? It's like the diddles, right? When we were smaller, there were the diddles. I guess. I'm here. You are here. You are here. Good. Well, good night. Good evening, Nat. Right? And good night. Sleep well tonight, okay? You need to sleep well, okay? I send you know, my gay signal to all the gay around the town to help you sleep, okay? If you don't sleep, the gays will come through your window and hit you with like a baseball bat or something so that you can sleep, okay? Too late. Too late, I'm doing it. Voilà. The gay signal, yes. Yes. It's done. You don't have a choice now. You will have to sleep. You will sleep well. Okay? It's a guarantee now. It's in, you know, it's in your destiny now. Baseball bat is a name for masculinity orgasm. Maybe, maybe not. It will be the surprise. Okay? Allez, sleep well. Sleep well, Ned. Sleep well, Ned. Le baby. Le baby. Good night, le baby. Le baby. Le baby.